of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come together to do the business of the county today. We ask you to give the commissioners wisdom as they make decisions that affect us all. We ask you to watch over the employees of the county in the week ahead, that you would cause your will to be done in Linn County, and that your blessings would be poured out on the people. We pray in Jesus' name.
All right, good morning, everybody. I think first thing this morning, we got Judge here. We're going to do some swearing in, right, David?
Do you want to do the minutes?
Oh, yeah. I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes.
Second.
Do a second, all in favor?
Aye.
The only thing with the swearing in I want to mention is Burton's unable to be here today, so I got him sworn in earlier this morning, so he has taken office. And Janet Cleveno's term actually starts in October, so I will swear her in at that point. And she had planned on coming over, but they were really busy, and so I don't know that she's going to make it over today. So with that, I think we'll turn it over to Judge Johnson.
Danny, come on. Grab that.
Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Daniel W. McCullough, Jr., do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and faithfully discharge the duty of Linn County Commissioner of Second District. So help me. I, Daniel W. McCullough, Jr.,
I, Daniel W. McCullough, Jr.,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Commissioner of Second District.
and faithfully discharge the duties of Second Commissioner of the County.
Linn County Commissioner of Second District.
Linn County. Linn County Commissioner, Second District.
So help me
So
God.
help me God.
You sign?
That's right. Thank you.
Johnson. Good last name, Mr. Johnson. If you repeat after me, I, James C. Johnson,
I, James C. Johnson,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Commissioner of Third District. Faithfully discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of Linn County Commissioner of Third District.
Linn County Commissioner, Third District,
So help me God.
so help me God.
You sign? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, since you type this, you know this. Repeat after me. I, David L. Linn,
I, David L. Lane,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Clerk,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Clerk,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, David. Christie. You raise your right hand. I, Christie L. Smith.
I, Christie S. Smith.
Nope, let's start over. Right. No, that's okay. Raise your right hand. I, Christie F. Smith,
I, Christie S. Smith,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Register of Deeds,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Register of Deeds.
so help me God.
So help me God. Are you okay after all?
I know, isn't it? Congratulations. And then last but not least, you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kevin J. Friend,
I, Kevin J. Friend,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Sheriff,
and faithfully discharge the duties of Linn County Sheriff.
so help me God.
So help me God.
You sign, please. Thank you. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, everybody that's new, and I do want to make a motion that we do go in recess for 5 minutes. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody give them a round of applause, everybody. How you doing? Pretty good. What you up to today? You're Mark's son? How's he doing? Good.
Should we get a picture of everybody together before
We
everybody?
can.
You guys don't mind us? Can we get a picture?
Christie,
Christy,
don't go away.
Everybody that was just sworn in, can we get a picture of you?
Danny thinks he's special.
Did you say 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
what's going on out there? buddy?
Well, hopefully it won't break here.
Sunshine this week?
Is there a special link to watch this on YouTube?
It'll be cold next.
Videos?
Been 5 minutes, David. Ready to get back at it?
We're out of time now?
We're close anyway.
Well, Mr.
I had
Johnson?
one thing that came up that I just got a question from my payroll people that we need to get decided pretty quickly. Last year, at some point with all the COVID things going on, you guys had approved paying overtime to exempt employees if they were working on COVID related things.
Right.
And I think we just did that for the year. And she's needing to know if you're extending that any longer or not, because she's getting ready to process payroll right now.
Sure.
It's nothing that's required, but
Was that paid, was that overtime paid through the CARES Act, or was it?
we were submitting that with the CARES funding, which we have pretty much used up. But
You think they have to reorganize their board before they take it out?
that would be fine, yeah.
Well, first, let's welcome Mr. Johnson, and you want to talk for a minute? You want to introduce yourself to everybody and to the internet, or do you?
Okay, Jim Johnson, lived in Linn County all but 3 years of my life. And just, my wife's here in the audience. I've got 2 adult sons that live here in the county.
We're happy to have you. So,
Thank you.
all right, well, now we need to reorganize.
Yeah, we'll need a chair and a vice chair for the year.
Rick, just more, is it your turn? I don't know how I mean.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to make a nomination, so
Are you good?
I nominate Rick to chair.
thank you, sir.
Also,
And then then we need him for vice chair, take over next year. That's the way it works.
does that need to be one motion?
It can be. It's up to you.
Yeah.
How can we do that?
Why don't you do the motion for Rick and then you make the motion on vice chair?
All right, I second the motion for Rick. Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then I'll make a motion that that Jim Johnson's our vice chair.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I gotta take my seat now? The badness.
You need to set.
Hey, that's the bad chair anyway. It sinks down all the time. No more jokes. We gotta get serious now. Rick's over here.
You got to get him. We'll get you a tag.
Okay. Sticky note.
Yeah.
All right, so then right to my question on overtime, how do we want to handle it?
I think if it's done, it should be done, and we're out of money, so,
Is there gonna be any, is there gonna be any other funds available for that? Do you know? Or is that just kind of up in there?
We have no idea at this point.
Can we go with no overtime until we get, if money shows up then?
I think you guys could do whatever you wanted to on it. I mean, it was an extra benefit for the people who were exempt that were putting in a lot of extra hours, but the other side of that is we were receiving funding, so.
yeah.
It's not something we budgeted for.
No, we did not budget to keep that up this year. The other thing, which is separate than that, that we can talk about some point this month, is you did move recently to extend the sick leave benefit for people who are off because
Till
of
the 31st.
COVID through this month. So we'll need to decide that by the end of the month on how you want to go forward on that.
Right. Okay.
I think I'm good with, if the funds come available and it's, something we can do, we do it.
I feel like that too, because I don't think we need to tax Linn County taxpayers more money.
So
You need a motion on it?
I think it would probably, I'm not sure.
It wouldn't hurt. Technically, I think it stopped as of the first of the year.
Right.
And so if you don't do anything, everybody will go back to their regular payment.
Okay.
However, if you want to go on record that we're going to discontinue it for now, if we get
More funds
funding,
available.
we'll revisit it. You can do a motion to that effect.
That sounds good to me. David, you typing it up?
I'm working on it.
I knew you would. Sheriff, you'll be first.
So discontinue overtime pay for exempt employees unless or until additional funding is received.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good?
Oh,
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
See, it's not easy, is it? I did it for about a month afterwards.
You think you got a lot of.
Motion carries 3-0. Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Just to get through the numbers, provided them all to you there on a list. We have 22 total prisoners today. We had 4 that bonded out over this week, 2 bonded out, 2 were transferred. So we have 15 total in, 7 farmed out. This past week, we had 108 911 calls, and that was pretty much all the numbers, really. Nothing else exceptional or unusual there. One thing I did want to talk about, I'm sure the commission has reviewed the year-end budget and where everybody landed. And I've been hounding on the commission since about October for some funding for my communications division. And I think it's important that we put some numbers out to the people. And I guess the biggest and best of those numbers is the sheriff's department fell in this year at 89% of our budget, which means the sheriff's office returned $271,000 to the general fund. I think that number's pretty extravagant. I don't think it's probably ever been done to that tune in years past, and there's some reasons. With COVID this year, it of course dramatically affected our out-of-county housing expenses because no jails will take our prisoners. So we returned $234,000 out of that jail fund, that out-of-county housing fund. And that's a $340-some thousand budget for 2020. I believe moving forward into 2021, I budgeted $330,000 for that. I don't know where we'll land due to COVID and the way they're accepting or not accepting inmates in other facilities. You will see in our year-end budget, we went over on some line items, and one of those was our jail food. And we would say, gosh, why would that happen? You'd think it'd be pretty easy. But with other jails not taking, there were days that we were running, 6, 8, 10 inmates over, so we're feeding them all year long. So that few of those line items went over like that, but pretty easy to explain when we're not paying that out-of-county housing. So in all, if we took that out of works and assumed that this year we'll spend $330,000 in out-of-county housing, our return would have been somewhere in the $40,000 range. But that's not all, because the Linn County Sheriff's Office brought in about somewhere around $50,000, $60,000 in COVID money this year too. So our true return to the general fund probably ran more in the range of $330,000, $340,000 that we returned of unused dollars. So once again, I would ask the commission to give consideration to personnel for our communications division. Just because we've worked hard, we've cut and we've returned. Now, can't really take credit for that $230,000, but we certainly can take credit for the other near $100,000 that we did return. And I would challenge the commission to find another department who has worked to cut to this extent, even the $100,000 extent, because those are dollars we paid out of our budget for employee salary, and that money went back to the general fund. So that would be my argument, if you will, to that situation, and I hope the commission will give consideration to that. Aside from that, I would like to request a 15-minute executive session will be for an employee matter, a non-elected employee in Linn County, outside of my department. But I would like for Jackie Messer also to attend that executive session for 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll do that in a little while, okay?
Very well. Any questions, gentlemen?
On the numbers for the jail, probably a year and a half or 2 years ago, those numbers were up in the 50s continuously. So we actually budgeted more money for that. And with your numbers, that affected, COVID obviously affected the numbers drastically.
Yes.
Okay. And then on the mental health side, I wanted to ask you because still, and I didn't ask the health department yet, but we need a person to sit on the mental health board. And the person that was there has resigned and moved on, stayed on it quite a while, I think. So we need a person for that. But my question is, on your mental health now, you have a person you arrest, you're going to detain them, and you either find out they have a mental health problem from prior diagnosis, or you just think they do, or for whatever reason. Are we getting the mental health?
We have two avenues that we supply mental health to our inmates. One is through our healthcare system in-house, which is Advanced Correctional Healthcare. They have an arm of mental health that they can assist with. The problematic issue with utilizing them is that their services start when their assessment does, and that assessment could be 2 to 3 days out when the individual comes to incarceration. Usually what we're still doing is we are engaging Kansas Mental Health for assessments and assistance when it comes to our inmate population. Why do we do that? It's because we can pretty well start that immediately. And a lot of times those services will need an assessment on day zero when they enter our facility. So we can reach out to them, and with our new technologies and stuff like that, we can do those assessment via teleconference or video conference now, if you will. I guess I need to catch up with the times here. But we can pretty well have that operational within hours from the time that they come in. So we utilize the Kansas mental health system probably on at least multiple times per week in our facility.
Yeah.
And a lot of that follow-up care comes through Advanced Correctional Health Care, which is our contract provider of healthcare services through their mental health branch.
I guess a little bit further on that, but if they can't be housed there because of their mental issue, are we having problems finding space for them?
There is nowhere to house.
Okay.
Nowhere. Currently, I have 2 individuals who are incarcerated in the Linn County Jail that have been deemed incompetent to stand trial. Those 2 individuals have been with us for probably a year or more now, and their bed dates to go to Larned State Hospital, which would be the mental health care facility for incarcerated individuals, are in August and September of this upcoming year. So unlike the way it used to be, where we would have somebody who were to be deemed incompetent, they would usually within days go to Larned. Now we're looking at it's usually within the year. So we are housing those individuals and we are dealing with their mental health through either advanced correctional health care or Kansas mental health. It's a very sad situation
It is, yeah.
because those people should not be incarcerated in a jail, albeit they're criminals. So they have to stay. But right now, it's troubled times when it comes to mental health, but it's also troubled times when it comes to general criminality. I know this morning I was reviewing records and we have an inmate that's been housed in our facility now for 750 days. And that's ridiculous. I mean, but where are the faults, and we have to ask ourselves that to determine resolutions. But right now, our court systems aren't necessarily open to take these individuals' cases into the courtroom. And that's where our problems lie right now. And with Kansas Department of Corrections, because it's so slow to get an inmate in or a mental health individual in for holding there, it's just ridiculous. Right now, we're months out of getting people who have been sentenced to KDOC into KDOC, and roughly a year out to get somebody with a mental health issue in.
Gotcha. Yeah, I knew it was an issue. It'd been an issue for a while.
Sheriffs all over the state are fighting it. I mean, we have a statewide email that runs to all the sheriffs, and it's something we're discussing on a weekly basis, but it's not something that we can fix.
Right.
So.
Are any of the other departments doing any like temporary holding cells or anything like that? I mean, is there anything cheap that's reliable like that?
No, the best solution that I've come up with over the past year to combat our issue would run us. I went out for bid on it and talked to a company, and the best and closest thing I can find is out of Seymour, Missouri, and they build a holding cell that'll hold 39. And it comes in fully ready to attach to the building, but it's a $600,000 solution, so it's not a solution for us right now.
Right.
We're 18 to 20 months out of seeing a facility where we're going to have the ability to take care of the problems that we currently have. So if we spent the people's money to the tune of $600,000, I think we would be remiss. It would be ignorant on our part right now.
All right. I don't have any more questions.
I do have, Kevin. I'm just wondering, as far as the operational cost of our new facility here, it's, which I've asked the question, I haven't got a satisfied answer. I mean, to satisfy my needs, but I just wonder have you looked to see what you anticipate as far as operating costs to operate this new facility?
Well, the only thing that I can base our operational costs on right now, if I start looking at things like labor, which that'll be, of course, a cost. Our labor's we're probably going to see somewhere around a 30 to 40% increase in the correction side of my labor budget. Right now, that budget runs about $230,000 to $50,000 a year on the regular personnel side of that. We also have a part-time mechanism and an overtime mechanism within that budget as well. So roughly $300,000 in labor when we include all three line items in that is somewhere we'd be pretty close to. I think we'll probably see a 40% increase there because we'll be bringing in new staffing for that if we can find them. I'm having trouble with finding staffing right now. I think that'll probably be our biggest hit. Now, when we start talking about the facility, of course, the square footage goes up. So things like heating and cooling and things like that'll go up. There have been some studies on things like water usage when it comes to utilities. I think I believe based on some of the studies that I've seen, I think our water usage is going to be pretty close to where it's at now. Because in our current facility, we're dealing with infrastructure within the facility that is not today's 1.8 gallon per flush or 1.8 gallon per minute type of infrastructure. I mean, our stuff over there is pretty wide open. We've been working for the last year to fix a lot of leaks and stuff. Our water bill's running us $400 or $500 a month. So I think that's going to be pretty close to what we see going into the new facility. So there's some operational costs that are going to dramatically rise, and there's some that will probably stay fairly stable. I think when we get into a new facility and we're looking at all LED lighting rather than incandescent or older styles of lighting, we're probably going to stay pretty stable on that, roughly $2,000 a month electric bill that it costs to open our facility. So I think we're going to see an increase in some places, Mr. Johnson, but it would be silly of me to think that I would be able to forecast where we're going to be on everything, because I can't. And I know you get that, because we've talked about it before. I think the funding is going to be rather different though, and it's going to take some understanding for everybody, all the parties involved, as to how this bond funding funds those operations. Now, I'll be quite honest with you, I'm a little bit scared of that, just because it's a change. But if we look at the forecast from architects, engineers, our liaison who's involved with us at the law enforcement level in moving into that new facility, they believe that all of that funding is going to be stable and we're going to be in good shape with it. And I hope that's the case. But I'll be honest with you, still being 18 to 22 months out of the facility is my belief. They might tell us less or more. I don't know. Weather might, change that totally. But I believe that we'll get a good education. I think our architect has been working with us really well. They have a liaison that works for them that comes to us and provides things like training and efforts to get into the building without a lot of undue stress, I guess, and how we're going to make the move and some things like that. So I'm excited for some of those things. But to answer your question totally, I can't. I haven't seen enough, nor have enough meetings taken place to project where that bond is for me to know what my funding would be, what's usable for me. Because the bond covers the whole facility, not just the sheriff's office.
Now, does any of the bond money for the operation of the jail?
It's my belief that it is, but I think it would be more likely that what we're going to see is income derived from the jail would be going back into our general fund and would be coming back to us through budget in some form or fashion. I think the clerk might be able to answer that better, but
The way that was set up, right now, the money is designated to go to bond payments. We are receiving more so far than what it takes to make the payments. And once the bond is paid off, it drops down to 1/4 cent, and that is to stay on for operating expenses. I don't believe there is really anything in it at this time while we're still paying on the bond that's designated to go to operating expenses.
So everything we receive until the bond's paid for goes towards the bond.
I believe that is correct, because I think that's the way it was written on that, even though we probably are going to have some extra money in there, at
We
least.
can pay that on the bond, right?
Not yet. There's a time limit before we can make any early payments, and we've still got, if it was another 3 years to go, I think, before we can do that. But in the meantime, we are building up some extra money in there that we should be able to do that with.
But once the time limit's over, we can drop that on the bond, but there's no operating expense money until the bond is paid for.
That's the way I understood the contract on it.
That's what I understood too, but
I think with our bed count in the facility that we'll be able to derive an income from that bed count. Now, how does that income come back for operating expenses would be my question. I'm sure there will be something proposed for that at some point in time, but please understand too, I've been in my position for 1 year and this project has been in the planning for many years. So I would say that I feel that I'm up to speed on it when it comes to my operation. As far as the finance or the funding of the operations, I feel probably falls more or as much to the commission because I seek funding from you.
Well, you and I've talked about this before, but I've talked to the Miami County Sheriff for a long time last summer, and he if he said it once, he said it 3 times. He said, don't let them tell you that the operating costs will not go up dramatically.
Well, I don't doubt that. I think we can see everything go up from our water bill to our electric bill to our food
Right.
and all of those things that a lot of the community doesn't expect or realize. But I mean, when you start talking about the simplest things like data storage, when you're running a camera system that has 200 cameras on it, that data has to be stored. And under my regulations, I have to store that data for at least 5 years. So data storage is an expense. And with that comes things like servers and other things of that nature that you really don't see. You don't see that in the operation. So folks don't realize it exists. But when you start talking about $10,000 and $15,000 and $20,000 here and there for things like that, adds up really quick. You don't think about, everybody has a home water bill of $100, we'll say. My water bill in the jail is 5 times that. So where does it go at what point,
And that's another problem he told me he had was staffing his jail.
Oh, staffing is going to definitely be an issue. Our command staff at the sheriff's office, we met about it in this very room just a week ago or 2 weeks ago now. Of how are we going to draw staff? How do we market in which to get the staffing that we need for these operations? Our planning's in place. I know the individual that we work with as our liaison for the facility through the architect, his planning is in place. So I think I hope moving forward we'll be successful in that staffing. But communities around us are having the exact issues. We can't expect to be that much different,
What happens if we have a 96-bed jail here and we cannot staff it?
The same thing that happens in, say, Miami County. When they're staffing to the tune of 70%, 75%, I think that was probably fair. I haven't talked to Frank about that, but if we have 70% staff, we house at a level of 70%. The thing we can't do is put our people at jeopardy in working inside that facility. So if we have 96 beds, and let's just call it 100, and we have 75 prisoners and we're at 75%, that's because our staffing's at 75%. And I could see that. I could forecast that occurring at some point.
That's where he's at.
Right.
Or when I talked to him.
Right.
At 70 prisoners.
Well, and many other jails about the state are at the same, we're facing the same problems. The one thing that Linn County does have, and I'm just going to go out and say it, is the benefit level that Linn County provides its people is better than most everybody else. So that is a draw for us. And I've been contacted by staff from other facilities, mainly in eastern Kansas, who would move here for our benefit package. Our pay may not be as good, but our benefits are so much better. So that is a draw for us, and I praise Linn County for giving us that, because it gives us hope that we will be able to find staffing. Anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing from me.
Thank you.
Good?
That's fine.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I blew that one. Now come on up.
When you get through that, I still have 2 or 3 things to.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll just reintroduce myself. I'm Bill Matlock with River City, to the new commissioner. Glad to see you here. I'm the site superintendent for the new construction of your facility, and I'll just give you weekly updates where we're at, any kind of things that come up. Obviously, we're in the middle of winter. Things have been going a little slow. Weather hit us a little bit last week, so foundations were pushed off a little bit, but this week looks good. We're starting foundations, back on foundations. We did get some poured early before the holidays, but last week, really all we were able to achieve was some site utilities. We're working through those. Continuing on with site utilities, we did run into rock that we talked about. We're quantifying that, and we have to remove some of that. But this week we'll continue on with foundations, and if it looks like a cold spell next week, maybe. But if we can get some footings in, then we try and do form work during the cold days so that we can proceed on. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
On your tentative schedule, what do you have? I mean, anticipate you're gonna have completed by the end of January? Where are you gonna be at?
I don't have a schedule in front of me, but as of our 5-week schedule that we reviewed with the subcontractors last week, we're right at our schedule. We initially had the rebar shortage supply that pushed some of the dates back. We reconfigured and took some of the, what we would call float days out of the schedule. We try and build those in there, but don't really tell the subcontractors so that we can allow for those kinds of things. Right now, we're getting to the point where any lost days could affect the end dates. Now, when I say lost days, I mean beyond what's expected for a lost date. Each month has so many lost days built in it. So, we're doing okay schedule-wise right now. We knew going in, we're going to be starting a job in the winter. Ideally, that's not ideal, but it is what it is. So you trudge through it, and you might slip a little through the winter, but then we try and make it up on the good days, So right now, the end date's not really a big concern.
Did you get your rebar figured out?
Rebar is, we don't have 100% of it here. We have enough to continue. We have promises that the rest of it will be here shortly from the supplier. It's I think it's more, I don't know. It's hard to tell what the real cause is with COVID, with holidays, with the weather, things like that. You can't really get straight answers as to why, but it's been a struggle to get rebar a little bit, but I think we're going to get through it without too much problem.
Do you see any huge problems that could be up and coming that we need to be thinking about?
The only problems that we're working on right now, we do have a conflict with water and gas, with the storm sewer that we hit on the alley right here. We're going to hit it in 2 places. The civil engineer's been notified. We're trying to work through what the best alternative is. But it looks like we're going to have to relocate some water and the gas. The gas company's supposed to get back to me today as far as whether we're just going to lower the gas or if they're going to refeed it from a different direction. So
Was all that in different locations where it wasn't located?
no, initially it's shown on the drawings. It's just the depth at which it was at. I don't know what the designers were given for design documents as far as where that stuff was. What's really the problem out there is rock has creeped up in elevation on this east end of the project. So all your existing utilities, water, gas, anything that was there prior, they're laying right on top of the rock. So whatever depth they should have been at or say they were at, it may not be the case because of the rock. And so they're showing on our drawings, but they're showing below our pipes, but they're not. So,
Are you getting good cooperation out of?
yeah, actually we're getting very good cooperation out of the gas company and good response times and all the utilities. Really, I'm impressed. I've been at this 40 years and this is one of the best places I've had for cooperation from utility companies.
Good.
So far, they've been great to deal with. So.
Where was why did we run into the rock? Why did we not know it was there? I guess what I'm.
Well, they knew the rock was there. They just didn't know what the existing utilities how they had treated the rock when they put them in prior. Okay. In design phases, typically architects and designers work from previous documents. So, they're going to be as good as the previous documents are. It's not cost feasible to go out and locate every utility on the job, but prior to putting it out to bid to make sure they are where they say they are.
Is there usually a study to see how deep the rock is?
Yeah, oh yeah, they knew where the rock is. What I was saying was that the utilities can't get below that rock without a huge expense. So they just go as deep as they can and run it. So when you come through later with a new design, you're going to have some conflicts.
So I'm pretty sure everyone understands. So if on the paperwork, if it said it was supposed to be a certain depth, it really wasn't that depth. Obviously, it was higher because they hit rock and they quit. They laid it across.
Yep.
But you anticipate some of that would happen.
Oh, yeah, it's been,
There are contingency funds.
absolutely, absolutely. I don't want to mislead you there. There's contingency funds that we.
So it's built into your budget to take care of it.
Yes,
That's what you're.
yes.
Okay.
Now, we will notify you, and some of these are not just open, they're not open checkbooks just to throw money at. We go through the commissioner, meet with you, you guys approve it, and, we try and do the best we can as far as keeping the costs down on these situations, but they're planned for, so.
All right.
I don't have any news.
You done, Jim?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. Hey, thanks, Phil.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
AMR?
Hello, my name is Galen Anderson, Operations Manager with AMR Linn County. And the first thing I'll go over is last month's, the month of December's monthly report. So I'll hand that out and we'll review it.
Thank you.
So this is the reporting I provide every month for the previous month. So for the month of December, and you can see the first table shows calls broken down by city and then the transports out of that city. So for the Blue Mound area, there were 6 calls and 2 transports. 1 call with no transport that fell under Fontana. Lacine had 25 calls and 16 transports. Lynn Valley had 13 calls and 10 transports. Mountain City had 28 calls and 15 transports. Parker had 5 calls and 3 transports. Pleasanton had 24 calls and 11 transports. Prescott had 3 and 3. And then, so for the month, we had a total of 105 requests for ambulance and 60 transports. And then the next table, I break down all our responses per district, District 1 through 3, with our total responses and transports, and then our average response time. So for District 1, there was 48 responses and 25 transports, with an average response time of 11 minutes, 55 seconds. District 2 had 35 responses and 22 transports, with a response time of 11 minutes, 11 seconds. And then District 3 had 22 responses and 13 transports, with a response time of 13 minutes and 44 seconds. And that gives us a total of, again, 105 and 60. And a total average response time for the whole county for the whole month of 12 minutes and 3 seconds. And then I usually point it out, and for Mr. Johnson's understanding, I'll point it out again. For District 3, that's where our supervisor mans a vehicle by himself. And so he's not able to transport any patients by himself because the state requires an attendant in the back as well as an operator up front. And so what happens with the data for that is our dispatch will dispatch the supervisor to any call in District 3. And they'll also dispatch one of the 2 transporting ambulances to also go and meet them there to transport the patient. And so they'll create 2 calls, and which will generate 2 different response times. So maybe it only takes the supervisor 10 minutes to get there, and maybe it takes the ambulance that's capable of transporting 20 minutes to get there. This data collects both response times and just averages it. And so that's why typically the response time shows higher for District 3. But in reality, they have, the response time is almost 14 minutes, but in reality, most of the time there's a paramedic supervisor there with the patient quite a bit sooner than that.
You have 3 ambulances in the county, or is?
Correct. So there's an ambulance in Centerville, which is the supervisor by himself, so he's not able to transport any patients. And then the 2 ambulances that are fully staffed that can transport are in Pleasanton and Lacine.
Okay.
And we did actually put out for bid just to see what an extra person would cost, so we could have 3 full-time ambulances. And it wasn't very cost effective for us. It was another $150,000. So based on the amount of calls. So
Yeah.
chose not to do that.
But what you're saying is we're actually getting an ambulance to the
Right.
location. It just takes a little longer to
Right.
transport them because you're waiting on the third or the second person.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And it'll, sometimes that creates confusion for the patients or the family members there, because currently our supervisor shows up in an ambulance, but he's by himself. And so sometimes they're like, well, why aren't we going to the hospital? Well, we're waiting for the ambulance that's maybe, 5-10 minutes behind me. That'll actually be the one that'll take you to the
What
hospital.
determined that District 3 got that position versus an ambulance? Because off of runs or?
Yeah, the total call volume is a lot lower out there. I think that was the main driving, the Lacine area with Linn Valley there, and then the Pleasanton area with Mound City close by. Relatively, and being closer to the highway, we're definitely the highest call volume areas. But the west side obviously needed some, timely response. And so from a patient care perspective, having a paramedic out there, they're still able to get, all the most important advanced medical care that all the ambulances provide. They're just not being loaded up and actually start driving towards the hospital until the ambulance from Lacine or Pleasanton arrives.
Okay.
So one of the changes that we're making this year is, instead of the paramedic being in a normal ambulance, we're switching that out for a four-wheel drive full-size SUV, and they'll be responding in that. They'll have all the same medications and equipment and heart monitor and everything that they have currently, so they'll be able to provide the same amount of care. On one hand, they'll be more equipped to access. There's been a number of times over the years where the ambulance has gotten stuck, or they haven't been able to get in and access patients in different areas. And we've worked, then we work with the fire department to be able to, get into a pasture or get into a lake community that's, has ice or mud that we're having trouble accessing. So that'll make them a lot better equipped to be able to go in and get a patient that's difficult to access and bring them out. So the SUV will have some sort of stretcher or gurney in the back, so they'll be able to extricate a patient out of an area that's difficult to access. So that's going to be a big improvement. And then, of course, it'll be less confusing if someone shows up in a SUV that's not an ambulance. They understand that that's not the vehicle that'll be transporting them.
I know you've told me probably twice, 3 times when it's going to be here, but I keep forgetting.
Yeah, so our fleet department's purchasing it now, and then it'll be equipped. So I don't know how long it takes them to convert it to have the different special equipment that it'll need to have, but I expect to have it in a month or so. Another thing that I wanted to announce, and then this is unrelated to the subsidy or anything financially that affects the county, but we did ask to add a piece of equipment to our operation here, and we were approved for a capital expense for it's called a Stryker Lucas device. It's in the category of a compression device, and so basically it's a machine that, if we respond in our supervisor will carry it once we get it later this year. If our supervisor responds on a patient that needs CPR started, since they're by themselves, they'll be able to put the patient on this piece of equipment, and the piece of equipment will actually be what provides the compressions for the patient that needs CPR. It's a quite expensive piece of equipment, and we've tried to get it for a number of years, but it just wasn't necessarily cost effective. But this year we got support to add that piece of equipment to the operation. So towards the end of the year is when we'll be adding it, and the supervisor will carry that on their vehicle, and it won't be utilized very frequently, but when it is indicated to use it, it'll be a significant improvement for the care that's provided. It'll free up hands to provide other care. So we're excited about that, and that's just an investment that the company's gonna make in this operation. It'll be something we pay off over 5 years out of our own budget. Oh, I didn't finish the December report. So we were budgeted to have 1,860 unit hours in service for the month of December. We were about 4 hours short of that. So we provided 99.8% of the planned ambulance in-service hours. And then for December, we had 6 patients transported by helicopter out of Linn County. And then I haven't done this in the past, but I thought it'd be helpful to list kind of the categories of that. 2 of those 6 patients were significant traumas. They were actually both significant head injuries. 2 were heart attacks or suspected heart attacks. One was a stroke and one was a significant overdose and a suspected suicidal attempt. So those are the category of patients. I thought it'd be helpful for you to know what are the typical kind of patients that we choose to fly out. So that's it for December. Any questions on that monthly report?
No.
So far for this month, we've done 23 total transports. And in the last 7 days, we've done 19 transports. So we've kind of started off in a busy way. And then just wanted to let you know, Tisha had, with the health department, had passed some staff, put some staff in touch with us from the assisted living in the county, that facility, as well as the pharmacy in the county staff that'll be involved with the vaccination process. And so our supervisor spent some time getting them fit tested to be able to wear an N95 respirator last week. So I think there was about 3 or 4 staff that we provided that for. And I think that's all I have. You have anything for me or have any questions?
Have you got to see the facilities at
No,
our
I
house?
haven't yet. No.
I don't have anything. You all done, Galen?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yep.
I had 2 or 3 more things we need to get wrapped up for this one early in the meeting too. Next week, Monday is a holiday, so we'll need a motion to reschedule that meeting to Tuesday.
I'll make that motion that we schedule till next Tuesday.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then I have the claims that were emailed out earlier last week.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen them.
You did?
They're on my phone.
Okay. I guess I looked at them too. I did.
Well, you're
Is that
supposed to-
Tuesday the
You
12th?
didn't want to make that motion, did you?
Oh, the 19th.
I'll let you.
All right. Make a motion that we pay our bills in the amount of $477,248.59.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. 3-0.
And the other thing I had was we
Thank you, Gary,
received an application for payment from River City on the building project. This would be payment number 4. And I don't, Gary, do you have any comments on that or?
Yeah, I thought you might want to look at the details on that. This is just the normal monthly request for payment. Mostly, quite a bit of it is on the dirt work still going on. Some of it is on getting the concrete, people up and running, handling their bond and some of the preliminary stuff. And then a significant portion of it is on the steel manufacturer. You know, they're continuing to make progress on that. But you'll see that you got your first page is the basic request, and it shows the total request at this time is $351,885.99. Then the documents follow are the basically the bills from the companies that are billing, and the form that shows that they've been checked out and approved by River City and by the I just let my little look over, see what they are, but there's nothing extraordinary about them. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them, or I can get answers for you.
And this was not included in that claims run you just approved. This bill just came in late last week after we processed claims.
So this it just goes with the $19 million project, and I mean, part of just the payment.
Yep.
You guys will be next. Health. Just a second. We got to vote on this here in a minute. But
That Poly Jail Building Company, have they already delivered equipment or material, storage material or what?
They have ordered material, they do their construction at their site, and then bring the stuff there.
Okay.
And so the stored material is
Gotcha.
at their,
Okay. That's the only question I had. I don't know.
Jim, you got any questions on this?
No, not really.
Make a motion that we pay the bill in the amount of $351,885.99, part of the contractor's payment with the Justice Center.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. 3-0. What else you got, Dave?
I think that does it for me.
Tisha?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department Director. So I will let you know that we are still getting settled in our new facility. So there are still some boxes and some disorganization, if you will. But we are still trying to manage everything. The food pantry that was outside of our facility went with us to the new location, and we have now relocated that now to the Pleasanton Library. I'd reached out to them because there's not sidewalks going out to the health department, and some people walk and things like that. And so for safety and all of that, I reached out to Pleasanton Library, and we relocated it there.
What is it?
It's a small food pantry that someone donated.
Okay.
Because there wasn't one in Pleasanton, and so someone donated it, and it sat outside our facility. We didn't stock it. I mean, we would check it and things like that, but I mean, it was just more for the location as anything.
Sure.
So, COVID update. So we are currently at 615 cases. Last Monday, we were at 535, so that's an increase of 80. And then as far as active cases, I know last week on our report on Wednesday, I think we were around 129. To be able to give you an accurate update today on how many of those are actually active, we're not able to do, but we will have that information on Wednesday.
Okay.
with
So
that.
Wednesday's been pretty good now on website?
Yes.
Updating?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. We have had Linn County deaths. We are at 5 now. We had another one. And residents that are hospitalized, we are at 4. And we have 4 clusters. One new cluster that does involve long-term care. Kansas has, as of Friday, Kansas's report for cases was 242,322 and 3,148 deaths. So along with COVID, I will talk about vaccine. But first of all, I want to talk about just vaccines in general. Flu vaccine, we still have lots available. And so if people have not received the flu vaccine, it's not too late to go ahead and get that. And we would encourage you to do so. And we have it for free. And we also have the high dose that we can bill Medicare for. So we also have we had wrote for it was called a cocoon project through KDHE, and that's the Tdap, it's tetanus booster that has the pertussis. And what that is the pertussis is whooping cough. And we have this for women who are pregnant or anyone that is going to be around new babies since they are too early or too young to get vaccinated, such as dads, grandparents, aunts, uncles, daycare, or nursery care providers. This provides a circle of protection around that baby who are either too young to get vaccinated or not fully vaccinated. That we have for free as well. COVID-19. The rollout of vaccine obviously is underway. This is an important tool to this pandemic. It will help you keep from getting COVID-19, and it will help our community and our loved ones. It is not a live virus. However, like many medications and vaccines, there is possible for side effects such as soreness at the site where the vaccine was given, fever, headache, body aches. This is your body learning to fight the virus. We encourage people after receiving the vaccine to share their experience. I had mine Friday. I did have some body aches and fatigue for about 12 to 16 hours, but I'm doing well now. So there is a V-Safe app for smartphones that we encourage people to use. It is a smartphone tool to report any side effects to the CDC, and serious side effects the CDC will follow up on. It's estimated that by the CDC that 75 to 80% of the population must be vaccinated for widespread immunity, which another way to describe is for life to return to normal. Sorry, I lost my spot. Which means millions of people will need to be vaccinated. Vigilance and patience is requested when it comes to getting vaccinated, as we have phases that we are following from CDC and KDHE. It's not a matter of getting it into the arms of people. It depends on how much vaccine we actually get here in Linn County. Additional information can be found on our Linn County, Kansas website, kansasvaccine.gov, and the CDC. Updated information as far as with vaccine in relation to Linn County is going to be put on our website, social media, and then through the newspaper. The best protection from COVID-19 is a combination of getting fully vaccinated, wearing a mask, socially distancing, avoiding crowds, and washing your hands often. We did put out a survey last week in regards to healthcare associated workers and just a survey monkey. It's on the website in regards to healthcare associated workers, the phase 1 people to sign up, like organizations. Haven't had a big response, so I did send that out again this weekend and put a deadline of Wednesday on that as we are working through our phase 1. We received 20 doses here in Linn County, and we got all of those vaccinated the end of December. I think Robin reported that maybe last week. And then on Friday, one of our FQHCs received 16 doses, and we had approximately 2 hours to get those administered. I received a phone call, started making phone calls to the healthcare associated workers that we had fill out the survey, and then started with our critical infrastructure, which went to calls to you guys, and some other people who would be important for a pod operation if we get a lot of vaccine and we set up a pod to go ahead and vaccinate everybody. So that's all I have. Questions?
Jim, you got any questions?
Okay.
Robin, did you want to go, or are you done? She didn't set it off for you? All right, Doug?
Good morning, Commissioners.
I didn't forget about public comment, but I wanted to get through Doug first. Ew.
Tish, that is one thing I wanted to ask you. Your machine, has that thing got set up out there yet?
It is set up, and we are working on figuring out the training to get trained to do that. And our goal would be to be able to get that operational.
Are you getting a little more help about your little cartridges or whatever you needed? What did you need that was kind of limited to us?
The cartridges that we have, I don't know exactly how many we have.
We got 150 in up front, and then we should get another 150 in January at a minimum.
Okay. I mean, we'll be okay. That's all.
I would like to request permission to purchase a color copy machine. There's a couple of benefits in doing so. I know the cost is expensive. If you look on the second page with the quote, this is a special government price from the vendor that we use with our current copy machine. You can see the retail price and then the government price, which I believe being a government price, it does not have to go out to bid because we get the same government price from anybody that would bid on this specific copy machine. It's basically the exact same thing that we have now, except it's color instead of black and white. We're currently working with our IT department on a printer that we have, trying to get it fixed, color printer. That's not going so well. I've got 4 of those printers, 1 in each office there for my deputy fire chief, our planner, and myself. We have 1 at the health department, and 3 out of the 4 of them are making noises, creating problems for us. We're looking at a considerable investment to try to replace those, then all the toner cartridges that come with those. With this machine, if we were to go with a color copier printer, its cartridges will do about 25,000 black, which ours does about 4,000. So it's 1/6 of the cost to do our black and white printing. And then it does 15 or 20,000 color copies, where ours does about 2,500 on each of our machines. So we're 7 to 9 times less expensive. The cost of the cartridges for this machine are $100 per cartridge, black and the colors, and we're paying $80 for black and $100.
How many cartridges?
I believe there are 4. I didn't ask that question, but I believe there's 4 that would be standard. And then with our printers that we're using, there's 4. So we're paying the exact same amount for the cartridges, but this gives us 7 to 9 times the amount of printing capacity before we have to change those cartridges. So in time, it would save funds. The machine we have now, because it's a government pricing, we can't trade it in. We talked to the health department about moving it out to the health department. Currently, we are doing all the printing for the health department because of the quantity of printing they're having to do. We've taken it on at our office and running it all through because our machine that we have now has the capability. I can load 3,000 sheets of paper in it and give it a job, and it will print 300 copies of the documents they're mailing out. Whereas they were doing it on a small machine, hand doing it, hand sorting it, hand stapling it. This staples, hole punches, it does anything we need to do. When we're building our binders for the CERT class that are about 3 inches thick, double side printed, it hole punches them, it does everything we need. So again, time savings with the fire service training and other things.
Why wouldn't you just send it out and have it done? It's normally cheaper.
We do.
I used to buy thousands of these for the government, and the biggest thing was a lot of times if it holds several ink cartridges, if one's out, then you have to replace it or it won't work. And the maintenance contracts are always, if you didn't have a maintenance contract on it, who's going to work on this thing? So have you checked on maintenance contracts?
We do not use a maintenance contract on the one we have now. We've had it 7, 8 years. We've had one issue with it that they just came up and fixed. In trying to do a batch job for the health department, we called them up because it started putting lines in the print copies.
Sure.
Called them up. They came same day, identified the problem. That was on a Friday. They ordered the part. On Monday, they came, put the part in, and then we printed 300 copies for the health department, getting the information out that they need.
So where's the old one?
We've not had any trouble.
Is the old one beyond repair?
No, there's nothing wrong with the old one other than it's black and white. And with 3 printers that are $500 a piece plus cartridges and so forth on those, with all them starting to act up, they're all the same age. I thought it might be more effective to try and do something like this because while the upfront cost is higher than what the printers would be, the down the road cost for print cartridges is considerably less.
So right out of the factory, they don't offer any kind of warranty on it. You have to buy it separate.
No, it would come with a warranty. I did not research that. Maintenance contract, I can pay the company to come up here once a year and clean it, service it, maintain it. We have not done that with the one I have now. This is the exact same machine, excepting it does color. And we don't have on the right-hand side down low, you see this great big box. We don't have that on there because that's a 6,000 or 8,000 page feeder device, and we don't need that. We use the 3,000 page feeder
What
device.
I'd like to see, Doug, is just like that you made the statement that you didn't research it. I'd like to hear when you come here with it, I'd like to know exactly what's available myself to where I can make a decision.
Well, I researched the costs and things. I did not ask about the warranty.
Well, that's what I'd like to hear personally myself, that you research all that when you come here.
Okay.
And we don't have to wonder.
Fair enough.
We know all of it, all the details is what I'd like to hear.
David, where would these funds come out? A special fund of the?
We have both fire and emergency management. We have the special equipment funds. We would take half out of each.
What I'd like you to consider is, these are expensive and they break. They do. And so I'd like you at least do the research that Jim asked for, and also do the research that I'm going to ask for is there a maintenance package available, and what does it do if you get it?
Okay.
And then, honestly, I think a lot of these companies can print it cheaper. When you're printing those big cert ones 3 inches thick, you
Right,
might
but
get it.
we print 15 or 20 of them, so we're not going to print a high volume to where we're going to get a large discount, I would suspect. But I'm happy to do that research.
If you would, I'd appreciate
Forgive me
it.
for my lack of knowledge, but why are you making copies for the health department? I don't understand that.
They have a very small copy machine. I sat there this past summer and watched the staff that's trying to do all the contact tracing and everything else go to that small copy machine and print multiple copies of things they're sending out for COVID response, and hand sorting it, hand stapling it, doing all that. And I have a machine that has the capability of stapling, printing, sorting, doing everything. So all I have to do is hit a button, tell it how many copies I want. When they were doing maybe 10 of them in a week, wasn't a big deal, but when you're doing hundreds of them, it gets to be a big deal, because that's consuming time away from them being able to do what they need to do.
And you're involved because it had emergency management, it was a part of the COVID response.
Yeah, it's a part of the
It was that.
overall response to the operation. And that's why I was looking, I have to replace color printers, or I thought maybe this might be another option we could look at. And then take the machine I have over there so that they would have that high capacity to do what they're needing to do.
So I'm not against it or for it. I just want to see some more information on it.
I'd like to see some more too myself.
I'll get that information.
Okay.
Anything else?
How's everything around your fire department's going and things like that?
Well, we're losing more and more to COVID, but
You're losing more
the firefighters
just temporarily, you mean?
temporarily.
Okay.
But we've had more of our fire service staff getting COVID and not being available to respond countywide.
So
And that's going to be a continuing process.
if it came down to it, are you able to get a fire truck and respond?
If I need to, I can, yes. As can Dee Horder, our deputy fire chief.
How many firemen do we have in the county?
Approximately 65. That's total for county rural fire. It's between 65 and 70. It changes on a daily basis. We have some leave, some come on, so it's hard to keep exact track unless you look at it every day. I know we got one new application right now for Pleasanton. And then, of course, you have Pleasanton City Fire, Lacine City Fire, and Linn Valley Fire, who all have firefighters in the county as well.
But a lot of them are county firefighters and city firefighters. They're the same.
In Linn Valley and Pleasanton, not so much. We only have a couple of people in Pleasanton that are actually county and city. And then I'm
Lacine?
not sure on Lacine City how many do both.
Quite a few.
Linn Valley, none of the people in Linn Valley are on the county department, so. And the majority of the people on the Pleasanton City Department are not on the county.
How's things working with Mound City once we took it over?
No issues that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Most of the people that were on the city department were already on the county, so it's
Right.
pretty much the same in Mound City.
Of your roster, what percentage of it is actually active?
Somewhere between 30 and 50% typically,
Training?
especially with the training. We have about 30% show up to training. Of course, we've been trying to do most of it online and sending
So if
out
they
things.
miss the training, are they qualified to go fight fire then if they miss the training?
At a certain point in time, we start looking at it as though they probably need to be released, and we've been having conversations with our captains about that
Who
issue.
decide, that your captains decide
our-
that, or is there regulations or what?
Our captains will look at the rosters and who's not showing up. If we've had somebody not show up to a call or a training in a year's time, should we keep them on the roster? Because there's a cost to having them there.
What does it cost to have a fireman on?
You're looking at about $2,500 to $3,000 for a set of turnout gear. That's boots, helmet, gloves, bunker pants, bunker coat. There's a $750 a year expense for insurance that the county pays for through the Firefighters Relief Act. We pay that program $750 per firefighter, if I remember correctly, or no. They pay $750 for the firefighter, and we pay 15% of that, so it'd be less than that. But it's about $10,000 a year, I believe, if I remember, that goes from the county to that program. That provides a life insurance annuity benefit to the firefighters and a disability insurance to the firefighters.
How often do we have to change the bunker gear?
We replace it once every 10 years per NFPA requirement. For the most part, we do not have to replace it sooner than that. We've had a couple of sets that have gotten damaged beyond repair that had to be replaced, but for the most part, it lasts the 10 years. And we're in a cycle where we budget $30,000 per year so that we can replace about a tenth of it in the 10-year period, so that we're not trying to spend $300,000 in 1 year and trying to
How
budget
many
for that.
firemen did you say we had again? Number of firemen?
65 to 70.
65.
So 65 into 10 years, that's 35 firemen or bunker gears. I mean, if you got 100 firemen, 10 a year, you would replace if you placed 10%. So, I'm wondering where the numbers, they don't add up to me, I guess is what I'm saying.
Some of the equipment is expendable. Gloves are $70 a pair. We generally buy them in large quantities instead of buying 5 or 10 pair at a time. And that gets them down $50, $60 a pair. That's just for the structure gloves. Extrication gloves are $35 to $40 a pair. Those things can get damaged on a single call. So there are things that get spent throughout the year. The $3,000 is an estimate. The price of gear keeps going up and up. But that's what we budget to try to replace and keep our gear going.
If you replace a guy or let him go, can you reuse his gear?
Yes, we wash it, clean it, and as long as it will fit the next person we hire.
Is that pretty typical what we do, or do we usually go out and buy new for each guy?
We try to use everything that we have that's still in compliance with that 10-year rule. The situation you get into, some of our folks may be 5 foot tall and weigh 100 pounds, and the next person we hire is 6'4" and weighs 280 pounds. Obviously, that gear won't interchange.
Have to stretch.
So in those cases, we have to order a new set of gear because we don't have anything to fit them. But we keep all the gear, and we try to fit as much as we can the people with our existing gear. And then we look at the age of the gear, and when it's 10 years old, we cycle it out. Or if it's worn to the point that it's no longer serviceable, we will cycle it out.
Well, that just appears to me, I mean, just running numbers in my head, at 10 people for 10 years, that's 100 people. So we're taking 3.5 people at 10,000, that's 30. At $3,000 a year, that would be 3.5, that's roughly $10,000 extra a year that we're buying gloves and other things with them, I guess, is if I'm doing the math in my head right. If you're buying, I mean, at 30,000 a year.
And I'd have to look at our number. I'd just going off my head. Maybe it's 20,000, 25. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. But we budget to replace 10 sets a year. Our roster is approved for 135 personnel. So if we get up, that money that we're budgeting won't cover our roster. We're trying to recruit. We try to recruit all the time. but we're not very successful. And that's an issue that's not just in Linn County or the rural fire district. Our city departments in the county have that problem. The counties around us have that problem. The states around us have that problem. Nobody wants to volunteer. We've spent hundreds upon hundreds of dollars in the local newspaper advertising for positions, to which I think we've got one applicant that I remember that called in the newspaper advertising. We've got it out on Facebook. We've taken a sign that the Northeast Region Homeland Security has provided to the county, one of those orange message boards. We put that out in our communities, telling them to call us. We've got one or two people from that. We've tried a number of different ways. We've got a Facebook page that we try to advertise and recruit people with, and nothing seems to work.
Well, it just appears to me we got a lot of money invested in bunker gear if we're not getting that many firemen to actually participate.
But they have to have the gear in order to be able to participate. So,
Did you get your fire board member replaced yet? District 3, I don't know if Mike actually did
we
that.
had one open position there, and then we'll need to reappoint.
Could you look into that, Jim? They need a fire board member.
You want me to look into?
Well, it's yours, your district.
And I think,
So I need to-
this is a non-fire.
Non-firefighter.
Non-firefighter.
Jim, every district has two members on the fire board, a firefighter and a non-firefighter. Then there's a seventh person who is an at-large member.
Gotcha.
So I need to find somebody in my district that's a non-firefighter that would sit on this board.
Right.
What's it consist of? So I can.
When do they meet?
Once a month, typically.
Typically, we meet once every other month. With COVID and the things the way it's been, we've not met in the past several months. We also need a representative to the local emergency planning committee because Commissioner Page sat on that committee.
So you need a commissioner?
We used, it has to be an elected official is the position he filled. So it just needs to be an elected official.
Which board?
The local emergency planning commission.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
The fire board, they review any recommendation that Doug brings here, for example, has gone before the fire board typically first.
Anything that's an expenditure more than $25,000 is required to go to the fire board before it comes here. They look at personnel issues. The fire board is actually the entity that prepares the budget for the commission. I don't, as the fire chief, while I do what the board tells me and do the paperwork for it, the board actually decides what they're going to request for as a budget and submit to the commission. They oversee all of our expenditures. They get a report from the clerk's office that shows every dime that's spent in the fire service. And in fact, that is the only department that I am aware of in Linn County who has an independent board with citizens sitting on it that reviews every dime that's spent in the county. And they've done that for the 14 years I've been here. If they want to see an invoice or question any expenditure, we give them a copy of that so that they can review it in detail, because his report shows general information, same as you get here, for expenditures of the county. That
That's
board,
what this person will sit on that board.
yes,
And
this
then-
person would sit on that
then
board.
You'll bring it, if they approve it, you bring it to us.
Yes, if it requires their approval, then I bring it to you. Some things don't require their approval. By the way, the newest resolution is, and I will get you a copy of that resolution so that you see the resolution that created the board in its current format.
Okay.
But they are responsible for the budget. They're responsible and have the authority to review every dime that I spend through the fire service. And then, of course, if they have any questions or concerns, they would come to you in reference to that.
And this is kind of what I've noticed since I've been here, and tell me if I'm wrong. We allow them to sell or to spend up to a certain amount of money without having to come and get approval and all that. And I've noticed Doug comes in quite a bit and always lets us know, even though he doesn't have to. So, what's that? What is the number you spend up?
$5,000,
Yeah.
which brings up a point. Since I'm paying for this half out of fire, half out of emergency management, I could have bought it, not said anything. But again, I want to be upfront and transparent.
So he comes in quite a bit and just lets us know, even though he doesn't have to. So
Prior to that change, it was $1,000. And I know there's been a lot of concern over the years about Doug Bartlett being in the commission meeting every week spending money. The fire department's always spending money. With 7 stations, if I buy a tool that they need and it was over $144, or it was $144, but I have to get 7 of them, one for each of the stations in the county, that was more than $1,000. And I believe because that is the rule, I should come in and get permission, and that's what we did every time. As opposed to asking a contractor to give me 2 invoices, so I spend $500 on each invoice. And I know that's been a concern over the years. A lot of people have expressed that concern, not only to myself, but to our commissioners, to my fire board. And I think it's a misconception. Maybe we did not do a good job explaining it to them. That money was in the budget to purchase those items, but because it went over my spending authority, I still had to come get permission to purchase those items. And we continue that process today.
Where are we with the 2 new fire trucks?
Last we heard, those were in plumbing. They'd come out of plumbing and they had gone over to the next phase. I don't remember what that phase is called, but they're looking 4 to 6 weeks as of last week.
When were we supposed to get them, I guess?
They were supposed to be here in January, but we got a letter indicating that due to the COVID issues in South Dakota, they were running behind, and we do not have an updated exact time where they will be done.
Did we have a contract to know when they should have been there?
Yes, we had a contract, but my understanding from a legal standpoint is that contract's probably not enforceable as far as the penalty clause of that contract because of the COVID out situation and our inability to prove that the delays are not caused by COVID.
Is that the?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's kind of an escape clause of beyond their power to control kind of situation that they triggered this. They said that the COVID is the reason. So it would be up to us if we wanted to challenge it to prove that it wasn't. And I don't know how we would do that, but I think it's probably difficult to.
We still have those trucks, the other 2 trucks in it, still.
Right, the other 2 trucks are still in service.
Yeah.
We've had to spend a little bit of money on one of them to keep it in service, but it was less than $1,000, so.
How many hours is on like a fire truck when we get rid of it?
A lot of our trucks are old enough, they don't have hour meters on them. Mileage, they don't get a lot of mileage because obviously you drive it a short distance and then you run it for hours while it's on scene. Most of the trucks that we've gotten rid of, one of them was 42 years old, I believe, when we got rid of it. Most of them are in and around 30 years old. The considered life of a fire truck is 15 to 20 years, and obviously for us, one, that's not practical. And secondly, on the new trucks that we've bought, the county bought one in 1998 and another one in 2001, Prescott and Blue Mound. Those trucks are still in fairly good shape, even though, they're getting the 25-year age area. It's something that we've submitted to the commission as in our 10-year plan. Those are things we're going to have to look at, starting to think about replacing. But we try to get at least 30 years out of them. Our new aerial was 20 years old when we bought it, but it was something that was available. It was $45,000 and 75 foot, where our old one was 50 foot. It was 42 years old, had some issues, wasn't working, and it cost more to fix it than what we wanted to spend on it. It would have been, its value to sell it would have been less than what it would have cost to repair it by a factor of 2 to 3. The department that we gave it to, we donated it to a department in southeast Kansas. They reached out to a hydraulic company located in that area and said, what would it cost to try to get it working again? Hydraulic company said, bring it by, let us look at it. They showed up 2 weeks later with the truck completely repaired with all new hoses, all new everything in it. So they've got it back up and operational, and that was donated to them or their department. So they got it repaired at no cost.
The last thing I have for you is we awarded the roof bids. When they start on that?
They just got me the signed contract back last Thursday, and I have not talked to them. I didn't have time to try to catch them Friday to see. They have 180 days because we knew the contract was going to come out through the winter. So we gave them 180 days with which to get it done. That way they could wait until spring or better weather. Before its completion date's 180 days. So they'll have till basically July 1st or thereabouts.
So I know you felt like you was interrogated, but we interrogated everybody today. So Jim, we can catch up and ask any questions he's got, but get with us on this information next week or.
I will do that, sir.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Jessica, you got anything? Okay.
Jessica Hightower, I do economic development. The first thing I have is, a couple weeks ago, we signed, we awarded Nation Goods a CDBG grant. We had to sign an agreement saying that they would not double dip because they got an economic injury disaster loan from the SBA. I had the amount wrong. I forgot that on their original application, there was a typo. So the original one we signed said 17.5. It's actually 15.5. I have a corrected one. It's signed by Ron Nation. So we just need Danny and David to sign the corrected version of this, and then we're done with that.
You've already approved that agreement.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of.
I'll make a motion that we, allow Danny to sign the corrected, copy of that. What's it called? CBDG grant?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's from what number to what number?
Hey, wait. I need a second.
I'll second.
Moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
So, it was 17.5 before, and that was wrong. It's actually 15.5. So, and they've submitted their documentation for the.
Jim, do you know what that, I think you've been here for a few months. You know what she's talking about?
The CBD grant to go.
Yeah. Small businesses, right, Jessica?
Yes.
I-
Okay.
I understand.
So the second thing I have is also regarding the CDBG grant.
CDBG, Community Development Block Grant. Federal government gives a block of money to the state, and the state parcels it out to the cities, and the cities parcel it out to granting.
We actually give it to the cities and then they,
Well, in this case, the county, right, the city.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
and then we did it to
And
businesses
so
or.
we give it to businesses that meet the requirements. We keep track of what they've done, that shows, and if we're audited, then we show that they've complied.
We have an official grant file in the clerk's office. He keeps track of all the invoices and all that kind of thing. The second thing I have is also regarding the CDBG CV grant. So there was Commerce in December. So our deadline is the beginning of June to have all the funds expended. We got 132,000. In the beginning of December, Commerce started talking about a December 15th deadline to have 50% of the funds expended. We do not have that. We did not meet that deadline. So we have to submit a letter talking about our plan to continue dispersing the funds. So I've got 4 applications out that are almost done. I'm working pretty diligently with those business owners. I've got one on Wednesday that's actually going to come meet me here. So that will be 5. And I've got 7 other applications out that the businesses are working on. I'm in not constant, but I'm in contact with all of these business owners trying to push their grants through. The grants are pretty demanding. You have to fill out the application, which it's kind of hard to understand if you're not looking at it all the time. And it's a reimbursement grant, so you have to prove that you have to provide invoice and proof of payment for up to the entire grant amount that you're asking. So that's the main part that our businesses are struggling with, is proving that they've paid these expenses. So I have drafted a letter saying why we're struggling to hand out the funds and what our plan is going forward. So continuing to meet with business owners, continuing to promote the grant in our business community. It's on the website, it's on Facebook. I know it's been in the paper. I'm, telling everybody I know that these funds are out there. I can't make them fill out the application.
So we have 130,000 for grant money.
We've got roughly 100 left.
100 left.
We have handed out, we've dispersed 5 grants at this time. Part of the issue also is that businesses with 1 to 5 employees are eligible for $5,000. Businesses with 6 to 50 employees are eligible for $10,000. Most of the businesses that are applying are eligible for $5,000, so that takes longer to hand out the funds. I called and talked to the man at Commerce who is kind of overseeing the project. And because I really don't want to lose the funding, he said that mostly there are some communities who are mad that they didn't get the entire amount that they asked for. Everyone asked for the max, which was $300,000. And everybody who applied got $132,000 so that everyone would get some. There are communities who are mad they didn't get the $300,000, so they're just not participating. And those are the communities that really Commerce is looking at hard.
What's your struggles with, just, you weren't finding people to sign up?
So people want the application, and I'm sending out the application, and then they don't turn it back in. It's complicated.
Yeah.
It's time consuming.
Is it something you can explain to them?
Yes, and I've explained to them, and they have to dig through their records, and some of them aren't as organized maybe as others, and it's hard to come up with invoices enough to hit that $5,000 mark, and it can't be mortgage payments that are contract for deed. It can't be city-owned utilities. There's restrictions on what it can be. It can be inventory, but only within a 60-day period. So business owners are kind of struggling to meet those requirements and find their documentation. I have had some work with their banker, and that's been pretty successful. It still takes a long time to get all the documentation together.
Any questions?
Have you reached out to like the chambers of the cities?
Yes.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've sent all of them the application. It's everywhere I can put it. And I'm putting it out on Facebook that I have this application. If you need help, come contact me. I'll meet with you,
It's all the requirements.
Yes.
It's scaring people.
Yes, it is.
The letter she wants.
I drafted a letter.
Approve it, sign it.
I sent it to Gary and David. Did it sound okay, Gary, or do I need to? Okay. I have a color copy here that we can sign, or you guys can sign. It has to come from you guys.
If you would, I don't know if Jim has time today, but I want you to get with him on, can she bring him up to date on any trade secrets or anything without going into a conference? I mean, they can just do it themselves. Yeah.
Okay.
That and, any board material or anything else to do with what you do is in your job. So he'll know exactly what's going on.
Okay.
Okay. Appreciate that.
I did make copies of the letter for everybody if you want a copy.
You got the copy of what needs to be signed? You can keep that one.
Okay. Can you print me off one of those applications? I want to look at it and just read over it.
You need an application?
Okay. Daniel, it'll probably be easier if I email it to you. Can I do that? Okay.
Hey, make a motion or whatever you're gonna do on this.
Your motion will be to authorize Rick to sign this letter to go out from the commission.
I'll make a motion that we authorize our chair to sign this CDBGCV fund. Will that work?
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Pass 3-0. We want to sign it right here? Thank you. Is that all you had?
That's all I have.
Anybody else have any questions?
I do have one, I guess, on, you talked about the Economic Development Board here 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
And I wondered, You wanted to take Mike and put him on the board, I guess.
Well, he is on the board. He has been for 20-some years. I was requesting to leave him on the board, but if you prefer that I don't, I mean, I'll work with it. It's up to you guys.
What did we do? Did we vote on
So,
something last week?
No, we did not. We were going to come back and revisit it in January. We were trying to find the
That's right.
bylaws, because we wanted to change and add a position. You talked about adding a
Yes.
position. Gary couldn't find the bylaws. I have not had a chance, to go through the files. That's on my list for this week to
Okay.
go see if I can find the bylaws.
Part of that
committee.
may be because the last economic development person left before you. Did you get the brief by him?
Very little.
Okay.
He also kind of just walked away, didn't organize
Right.
anything. He was, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Just leave it at that.
yes. But that's on my list for this week to try to find the bylaws, and then we'll try to figure it out from there.
And we'll try to straighten
Okay.
whatever up.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. I better get a hold of you, man, before we do something else real quick. You got something you want to talk about? What do we got?
Engineering bids, and I've got here, I'm going to be part of Jackie's. Can I do that?
No. Say right there then. I'm going to open it up for public comment if there's any public comment at this time. Anybody? Okay, I'm going to close it for public comment. Come on up, Jackie.
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. I'd like to start, we did 2 bids. We put out 2 solicitations, one for the on-call engineering, and the second one was for the bridges, were the 2 grants we have on bridges. So that's what we need to open. I think he represents one of the firms.
You did it for us last year, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So the bids were turned in to me last week. These all came in by the deadline. So I had,
And there's no way in the world, we're just have to open them and I take a week to qualify them because they're going to be confusing.
we had one here for engineering and bridges from Schwab Eaton. From Peppercorn, we have engineering and bridges and on-call engineering. This one is Elite Engineering Services. There's a bid for each.
That's a lot.
And I don't see a return name on this, but there's another bid for each from another company here.
Those will be, BG said they were dropping it off, so I would imagine that's BG.
That would be BG's.
All right.
Get open so that.
Yeah, I don't know how you want to do that because I can't, it's going to take a little research on it.
You don't have to technically have to use open.
No, what we're gonna do, open them or?
Let's open. The only gift I got this week. And then put them in a different package. Close them back up. Now, they gave us copies. We won't keep any of the copies.
And what was can you briefly describe or did you already?
We had
2 bridges?
2 bridges. The one is at Bodkin and 31 for replacement of the bridge that's under the KAIB program, small. And then the second one is for what we call Hell's Bend.
We're really gonna do this, huh?
Oh, yeah. And that one, the estimated cost, I think they're paying, I can't remember the percentage they're paying. But I think depending on what the numbers come when we get around to building it, I think we built in the estimate we had for inflation. That's the word I was looking for. So it could be as much as $1 million bridge.
I bet it will.
And the other one will probably be anywhere from 2 to 250. Probably.
Are we reading prices today or not?
No.
Okay. Exactly how I do it. Probably for you too. Do they just send copies for you? Is that what that is?
Yeah, we don't take any this week. Here on that one. It's harder. Hey, when will you have these ready?
Next
You
Monday.
think they'll be ready next week?
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
What I'll do is I'll go in there and I'll create a matrix that I can fill out that will compare each one of them to try to bring some sanity to how it's laid out. I'll just do a
I
spreadsheet.
must have not got the big one.
And they're gonna, it's one of the more difficult ones to quantify,
I got it. Finally.
but
It doesn't have to be opened. Is this yours?
we have used all 4 firms to some degree.
Over the time I've been here, you have.
Yeah, over the last 4 years. Yeah. So I'll research those this week and then bring back a report next week to how I can, see if I can compare them and bring back a recommendation. All right, well, I don't have a whole lot today because quite honestly, I snuck in a little bit of leave last week. I was gone. So used some of that vacation before it disappeared, but I was notified that the hay lease holder for the landfill does not wish to do it anymore. So I will look at that and then present. I guess they can opt out. I hadn't looked at it. Like I said, I was gone. If they do, they have like at least 3 years left on that one.
Look, brief us.
Pardon?
What are you talking about?
The hay lease for the landfill. We have hay lease. Yeah, sorry, Mask. Hay lease on the landfill. So we'll look at the contracts we have.
Are we doing those on like all our hay leases a certain time every year?
5 years from,
Yeah.
they're all different because they're all 5 years.
We've got the park ones situated last year.
Parkland, yeah, I think it's got like 2 or 3 years left.
Right.
This one's got probably 3.
What else
Did
do
the
we?
guy finish out an already made agreement or something?
Yeah, we have an agreement with him, but
Or did the guy before him quit too?
yeah, and then we re-advertised it and then he took it. It's a
Is there
strange
a
one
reason
down.
that they're not? What?
It's I don't want to say that. We'll never get any bids. Not high quality hay because it's on land that's been reclaimed.
So what we do in some of the vacant land that we have over the past, we've allowed bids to come in to do hay on. Park being one, pretty big one.
Yeah.
and
Lacine,
Over here, and then where?
Lacine,
Yep, Lacine.
the airfield,
Yep.
the park,
hmm
off Thomas,
And they've been 3 to 5 year leases.
5 years.
5 years, so they allow them to.
I think
wanna
the
put
next one,
fertilizer and stuff down.
the next big one to come up, I think it's either this year or next, I'll have to look at them, is the airfield, which is
Okay.
pretty large one.
Okay.
And then, I think that's it. And then the landfill has, it's not a very high yield, but the best ones or the bigger ones are the park and the industrial park over here.
Okay.
And that's not only hay, that's also tillable. It's a mixture. So that one's going to be coming up. I do have a burial request. Cable. This is Rural Water District 3. It's off of 2300 east of 1077. And it's the property of, they're going to do a bore, and the foreman didn't have any problem with it. Tom Kempter meter, setting a meter for him. And
Not down in Centerville, Blue Mound or something.
no, north of that, 2300 and 1077. It'd be near Park.
They're born underneath Iowa.
Oh,
No, it's not that one, Park. It's on
We'll look at-
2300 east of 1077.
we'll look at it.
East of 1077. And I didn't see any issues with it. I did have another one that's out there working, but they haven't given it to me yet, but it's going to be a bore also, so. We ended up putting that map on there because I couldn't tell much from their map. The hand drawn one they gave us was a little confusing.
So they're actually boring the county road.
Pardon?
They're gonna bore the county.
Under the county road, yes.
Okay.
The ones we watch real close are the ones that are open because we got to have it compacted back. But this one's a bore, which has less impact on our operation.
I'll make a motion that we approve this permit number BP 2021-01, Rural Water District 3, and the address on it's 35680 Plum Creek Road, Osawatomie, Kansas, for boring. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. I think we got to sign it. Somewhere.
Jackie, whether
You sign these, Jackie?
I sign them and you sign them. All three of you sign it, and then
I gotta find it.
I sign as the administrator on it.
have we got the metal situation figured out that was at the landfill and compactor and the compactors around this county?
The what?
Weren't we having a lot of issues with the metals?
Yes, we're doing it ourselves now,
Yeah.
and we're replacing.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay.
This week, we're replacing the containers that Wes had in there.
Okay.
We took the old containers that we replaced with trailers, and we took that and cut the tops off of them, and that's where we got our containers for the
did.
metal.
Not above me.
So,
Sorry about that.
Looks like an M.
which leads into a question I have. We started replacing those trailers with recycled trailers because they're easier for us to operate. They have the black boxes inside that we just dump the stuff into the machine, or should be. And we pretty much started replacing them everywhere, and I think they've been pretty successful. They're about, we'd have to put them out on bid anywhere from, I would expect the bids to come back anywhere from 13 to 16 a piece. And I'd like to go ahead and write up and bid out for 2.
Where are we at now? Are Lacey, the Pleasant and Lacey, Mound City got them?
Yes. These would be for the schools. I'm getting requests from the schools. They say we have, and it would be advantageous to us if they follow through, because all that stuff's going in the compactor and going down to it's not being sorted out now. So they are requesting, they say they have groups of kids that want to do the recycling. They have strong interest in doing it. It would cost us, like I said, anywhere from 13 to 16 bid out.
Is there grant money that, surely, or grant money?
We will try for grant money this year, but that's not a guarantee, and that's going to be,
So you said two, there's 3 school districts.
yeah, I wanted to get 2, because I think one, we can, if we had 2, we could rotate them around, possibly cover the third one.
And
But
the schools don't want to participate in money-wise, right?
I haven't asked that. I went and talked to them if I said.
It's their idea.
No, it was my idea. I'm to blame because I went around and said, if we can come up with something, are you guys interested in this? Because that's what I was getting back
Good.
from the state.
Doesn't it take a lot of time and effort to do the recycling? I know we have to do it, but I mean, are they going to do it if we spent that kind of money on something like that?
I think they will, because especially stuff like cardboard, they're getting hammered on cardboard. Some of they're just throwing it in the trash right now. They just throw it.
I'm surprised that they would do that.
So I think it would be advantageous to us in the long run because that's coming out of our waste stream. The way we were doing it, for Jim's information, before we switched to these trailers, we had these bins with no dividers in them. So you threw everything in there, bottles, cardboard. Then they went and dumped them on the floor of the compactor site. The guys sorted it by picking through it, which they didn't. It wasn't very effective because somebody throw a gallon of rotten milk in there.
Yeah.
And that's happened. Porta potties get dumped in there. So now with the individual dividers in these trailers, they're doing pretty well, especially if the compactor operators follow the guidelines and make sure that it gets separated.
But we know that's not happening.
It does it's surprising that they're actually doing
I'd
it.
like to see, since the schools were asking about it, or however that went, I don't know. Maybe we can talk to them about doing like a county-wide school project on building one of the trailers instead, and we help maybe with a little bit of the cost or something, like their shop classes. Because they built like Lacine, that their carpentry program in their school. They built a house.
To build these.
That's not a bad idea. Actually, it's a great project for VOAG, for welding.
And
then get a little skin in the game as far as what we're doing. I mean, it's not still
Give them a
us
little
to
more
support.
incentive to do it right with what the trailer's used for.
Plus, they gain a lot from that.
And I was able to get some of these off that Kansas surplus at a pretty cheap price.
I know.
2,000 or 3,000 a piece. I do know where there's 2 of them sitting with another county that I'm going to try to see if I can talk them into selling them to us, because they went away from them. And I looked at the units and they were in great shape, but I'm having trouble getting them to send me back a price. We might be able to pick those up for 3,000 or 4,000 a piece, and they're same units, same thing, got the black boxes. So, but if I can't do that, I just wanted to think about using some of that capital outlay for that. I'm stingy on that capital outlay for the landfill because I know we got to replace that 953 in the next year or so.
Right.
So, and I finally actually got, last week I was on vacation, but I worked half days. I finally got the report on how much dirt we have to move and all that on that, building that new cell this year.
I like the idea that Nanny brought up about building the trailer from the school, and I bet even if we pay for the materials and stuff and they did that, would be a great project for them.
It would be a good project, and especially if we can get someone else to partner with us, maybe.
We've got a good guy here in town that builds trailers.
Yes.
Maybe we can, if you want to change something to the existing ones, maybe we can talk to do that while we're trying to design one. That's my idea.
And at some point in time, I need to look for a dump trailer as well, because now that we've discontinued the metal contract for Blue Mound. We're going to be able to reround Centerville to put a large box in there. We think we can fit one in. A Blue Mound, we either have to change the fences out or come up with a better way to dump it.
It'd be cheaper to change a fence than it would to buy a trailer. Because the trailer, when you buy trailers, you either got flat tires or the brakes are messed up, or.
That's true.
It don't take very long to change a fence.
That's true, but if we were to look at one, there would be other applications for it when it wasn't in use, or if we could dump it and maybe go elsewhere. I understand that, but we need to fit something in there. Everybody going to put us a trailer down there. The last two contractors never did.
Right.
So the state keeps ripping us for setting it on the ground.
Yeah.
So we're looking at everything right now.
Okay.
Don't think we have a small box anywhere. They're all 20 yards. We don't go bigger than 20 yards because they're too heavy on the trucks. People put, so, but anyway, that's what I'm looking at. I'll explore those other ideas and then bring it back to what I come up with. Transportation. I know we've talked about this before, but I almost need a little bit of guidance. We continue to get in this, we keep moving toward running two vans more and more, because what we did is we have one person that uses it 3 days a week for medicals. I mean,
Right. This is for the
critical-
seniors van, basically.
Senior van.
And
For
they request an
critical
appointment.
maintenance use,
Right.
or critical. And I think it's beginning to,
Are they the one?
especially when COVID goes away, which is someday, and we start getting riders that want to go somewhere,
Mhm.
we're going to be struggling.
So the ones that's going now is going to the VA hospital in Kansas City, Missouri?
Going down to Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh. Okay.
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So those 3 days, pardon?
Did we just purchase?
No, that's, yeah, we did.
Yeah, but we'll pick that one up tomorrow. But we have two vans, but I have to pull in a driver. There's three backup drivers. There's Rick Castle, Kathy Sherman, and myself are the three backup drivers. So what the qualifying point that I keep using, the measuring stick I keep using, is if it's a medical, if somebody has to have a transfusion, if somebody has to go, I mean, it's critical care, we throw the second van on and we do it without even thinking about it. But it's going to get to a point in time when people start getting vaccinated, they're comfortable with traveling again, that we're going to, the burden of one person taking it 3 days a week, unless they can combine trips, is going to be difficult. So
And sometimes that's difficult if one's supposed to be in Pittsburgh and the other's supposed to be at the VA hospital. I
yeah,
got you.
the VA hospital is a 10-hour run
Yeah.
every Tuesday. So the van is pretty much 5 days a week. We, like I said, right now, because of COVID, we're not getting the demand that we normally would have, but it's going to come back. And if we tie up a van 3 days a week, it's going to be difficult. I know it's supposed to be first come, first serve, but that's kind of hard to enforce when we know for a fact the person doesn't have any other options, doesn't have anybody. I mean, we're the only option. There's no other person that
Right.
can take them. So
So you just want us to keep that in mind for
keep
the
that in
future?
mind. It's coming up. Another thing we've been working on that's been an issue forever was gravel quality. Now, when Whitaker, I talked to Whitaker, told him we wanted to use the KDOT standard, and that if we needed to, we were going to have to test. But the last time he started doing gravel, he met the standard without us. I mean, Harry took loads out there, and as he would crush it, would go get loads, and was very, very happy with what he was getting.
Okay.
Same thing with, what's that other one? Not Centerville is good, but, and the other one, Cadmus. We've got good luck with all those. They've increased the quality. But we have a huge problem up there with Mid-States right now. Their gravel is,
It's fine. The findings are more, I know, I bought a couple loads myself.
yeah.
Where's this at?
Up at, it used to be Wade's Rock Quarry. Yeah, yeah.
But it's,
You get
we're
3
working with,
rocks and a whole shovel full of.
they said, well, this piece of equipment's broke. That's not. And we said, no, you got it. So we're working with them right now, but we're hoping that we've solved that problem. Because before, well, we got this pile of gravel, we're not going to crush anymore till it's gone. We were kind of stuck in a cycle. But right now, I think we're having success getting the quality much improved. In fact, I even had one of the operators complain that, oh, there's not enough fines to do the job. Come on,
Jeez.
you gotta go one way. Come on, something. Anyway, I was pretty happy that, except right now, we're working with them. Jason's had numerous meetings with them. He met with them again last week. So,
We just simply don't buy from them if we don't, I mean, if they
well,
can't. compete it.
there is an option there, but that's that other plant that's near the. I've never been there. I didn't even know it was there. I think it's owned by Ash Grove, and they didn't do much. They were only like 2 or 3 days a week, but they've moved to 5-day-a-week operation. And Jason says it's better gravel, so we do have an option if they don't clean it up, get some of that lime out of there, because that was one of the biggest complaints we got on the roads, that people were just throwing lime down. I think that's pretty much it. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of time to work on stuff last week. I was trying to sneak away.
We'll need you for the executive session with the sheriff too.
I got a question for you. On the health department, do we have anything figured out for a big light up sign or anything out there?
I wasn't going to light it up, but we do have a sign.
We
It
do
should
have
go up this week.
And it's completely done? In other words, we don't have any people working over there now?
No, we don't have anybody working over there. We're not completely done. When the mud goes away, we need to spend a day over there, landscaping, seeding.
Okay.
We do have to put that sign up, which we're waiting JR's building the base for.
But that's something Rick and Danny can do? Rick Castle and Danny, they can put the sign up, or
No, Amers will put
Amer
up,
put it
the
up?
bucket truck.
Okay.
Because we'll auger the holes and then drop this. It's the same signpost that we have at the airport.
Okay.
Same design, same.
Is everything out of that old health building?
I don't think so.
They still have a freezer over there, I understand, that's got to be moved.
We do have one more big job associated with that, and that is when the time comes. It's going to take a little bit of coordination. I'll probably wait at least next week. We have to move that generator over to the new site.
Yeah.
We have to figure out what we're gonna do with the building too.
Yes. I've actually had some people wanting to know if we were going to sell that building or what.
Well, yeah, we'll hold off on the building until last, because there's probably going to be some building questions.
Yeah, but we need to move the generator. That's a big project, but we're.
Is that the new
Everything
generator?
caught
Is that the new generator that we bought, or is that a different one?
No, that one's
Fuel.
over at the fire department.
Apartment, yeah.
And quite honestly, I wish we could take it and move it over to the health department, because it's a bigger need, since that one was bought for the building we're not putting in. But I think it would make more sense over there, and then take the one from the health department to the fire department. Because that one's pretty large over there for the fire department. I think the other one would be adequate too, because I think there was some switches and stuff. But we need to do that. It's going to take a coordinated move, because we got to get gas and coordinate with the electrician to get in there and tie it in. But other than that, I'm trying to think of anything that's not been done. They were talking about taking one of the, she's not here, one of the structures that we put out the airport for the testing, and move it over to there, so they could do a drive-through on the backside if they wanted to do quick operation. Or quickly, if they were doing a lot of backs. But that's just a plan that's being kicked around. I said, tell us, and we'll take us a day to move it. We're probably going to take those and move them eventually back to the shops, so we can get a little bit more salt stockpile. Because like I said, if we don't buy it in the summer, we don't get it.
Right.
What it isn't available in the winter is what you're saying.
No, because Chicago came down there and cleaned them out. They'll come down and put them under contract and clean them out, and then everybody in Kansas.
Yeah, we were
doesn't
stuck
get it.
last year that way. Yeah.
They said normally when they run out on a big ice storm, you go out there, the lines of dump trucks are a mile or mile and a half long trying to get in there. But the last couple of years, they just said there is none. So that's the reason we keep expanding, and those structures were really cheap.
Didn't we buy those igloos, and they were like one of them you thought, and there
Yeah,
was
but
actually three?
The bid was for two of them.
Uh-huh.
We paid $3,400 for two of them. But on the bottom line of it says everything in the building goes with it. Well, there were 7 of them. So it's like, so that was from KPNL. So it was quite a steal. We actually had somebody go out there and look and said, "Ooh, there's way more." And then, so we were
We
pretty
got 'em.
happy. We got them, and we put up, not counting those 2. We've got, can't remember if we put one down here, but 2 at Pleasanton and 1 up at Lacine.
Don't we have some at the airport?
Pardon?
The airport?
There's 2 at the airport.
And then 2 at the Pleasant Barn?
Yes. And then I think there's 1 down here and 1 up there, but
Out at that airport, remember I was talking about the 9 cents on a dollar charge whenever you turn the pump on? Remember how we talked about that?
yeah,
Can we put up a sign that tells people it's going to do that? I keep getting videos of it and it's really annoying.
yeah.
It's,
If we
I
can,
guess we determined it's because of the length of the hose is
Yeah.
for long.
Well,
They
they
drain it.
they drain the hose out, get every last drop to put in their plane. So when they turn it on, it's got to fill
Fill
that
the
hose up.
Back up. Just, yeah.
I've got two video clips about it since
I've talked to Hoydell about it. I've talked to several people, and they said that's just the way it runs. And these people filling these planes should know that. But if you drain the hose out, and we do have a problem out there. That motor burned up on that hose reel. We're working on that. Should have come in, and we're going to replace that. So we got some complaints that it wasn't working. When we're using Joyce to do the work orders on that too, somebody calls on the airport, she cuts the work orders on the airport as well. And I do have 2, possibly 3 people out at Blue Mound today putting the front on that senior center. The metal was supposed to finally show up today, so we're doing that. So
I have one more thing. The old prosecuting attorney building. What are we doing with that? I mean,
I don't know.
are we just paying to upkeep it? I mean, to keep electricity and water on and all that? I mean,
That's a good question. That and the metal building there, the future of it, we're still using it. The sheriff is utilizing it for storage because
you
we
get
kept.
pretty good use out of that, don't you? I mean, for the time being. But
And
we're
if-
not even using the other brick building, are we?
No,
Is there anything we can use?
I think you're using it for vehicle inspections, weren't you? Yeah, we could demo that and haul that away if we're not going to reutilize it.
Let's not do anything yet. At the end of this meeting, let's just continue on talking about buildings.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, yeah, because there are some
And
options.
if you could sit there for that as well.
Okay.
We're gonna go, we do our executive session and whatever else, and then we'll talk about buildings.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank
Anybody else got anything?
Nope.
Thank you. So Danny, I'm gonna pick on you for just a second.
I already got it.
You got your names?
I got it.
You,
But I've been turning to Andy because I got to talk to him about some stuff.
right.
So I'm making a motion next week, but I got my names to him.
next week.
Yeah. I got
You can't you can't get him at least a couple names?
Oh no, I'm going to get them all the names. I got to reach back out and have a
Do
conversation.
these people know that they've been picked?
Yeah.
All right.
But it was talked about a month ago whenever I was trying to get you to get your names, and I think they might have forgot, so I got to call.
All right. All right. Listen,
But I do got them right here.
on your second page there under agenda items tabled, the SEK Mental Health Board appointment, we need to find somebody for that. So I talked to Tisha Coleman, which would be a great person, I think, to sit on that board because of the health department and knowledge that may help us out later on down the road. She's willing to sit on that board, so I'd like to nominate her. Would you have any objections to that?
That'd be fine.
You? So I'll make a motion that we appoint Tisha Coleman to the SEK Mental Health Appointment Board.
A second.
Been moved in second. All in favor? Aye.
So are these other bottom two what Mike used to sit on?
Yeah, well, the LEPC, we can find, does it have to be an elected official, Gary, for the LEPC committee?
Doug said that the position that would be vacant would be for elected official.
Or an elected official? Okay. So, and the RC&D is just basically one of the commissioners said on that, which was Mike. And I asked if you would be interested in any of those positions. The Economic Development Board, I'd like to see you, but I want to see the bylaws first.
And what's this RC&D?
And it's the rural community, what?
Let's see, what's it stand for? It's the Lakes region.
Hey, Jackie, RC&D, what's it stand for?
The committee,
The committee.
RC&D committee.
Nobody knows the abbreviation for
It's
it.
for the lakes, isn't it? It's the lake.
Resource Conservation and Development.
Where's this at? What is it?
It's a multi-county board
Yeah.
that works with
Did you,
conservation and development of the whole area.
Matt, hey, did you have any questions?
Me? Oh, I would just discuss. Do you want to talk about the?
No, why don't you go talk to Jackie about that?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, if I could get enough grants and everything, we're getting any programs.
Yeah, no, we will. You got some information on that?
I can just see.
Okay, just in a second then. No, that's fine. Just give us just a minute. So anyway, there's 3 appointments left and then maybe 4. And we talked about the economic development, the LEPC, and RC&D, and then the mental health has been taken care of. So let's.
Isn't RC&D the one that does that meat collection thing and they do the bicycles?
I think they're involved with that, and I was just looking on the web.
No, I'm giving.
site or the-
Well, I want to make a motion on all of this.
It talks about working with.
But I'm going to get him to so he can get him over that. I just
Hillsdale
want to double
Lake
check
area.
with him.
It's conservation, basically, is their main deal. They want to planted trees along
Right.
waterways and that kind of thing.
That down your alley? You gonna plant some trees? So I'll make a motion, we ask our chair, Jim Johnson, to sit on the RC&D committee.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
So for the Economic Development Committee, we were looking at bylaws to see about adding a position for a commissioner, a non-voting position. If you don't want to do that, you can.
Yeah, I want to,
change the committee if you want.
well, we'll talk about that. So give us, we can talk about that. We'll talk about it later on today. There's disadvantages of that as well, right? Yeah.
So the only other one is the LEPC committee.
Yeah, you want to do that?
Is that the one where?
That's for the local emergency.
That's, yeah, I think I went to that once. Mike was.
You'd probably do really well at that.
Yeah. I don't mind doing it. You don't have to
All right.
sell me on it.
There you go. I'll make a motion that we allow Danny to sit on the LEPC committee.
I second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. So let's see, we solved some stuff. Except for Danny. I'll make a motion, we go into executive session. Anybody else need executive session?
Legal 15 minutes.
Make a motion that we go into legal session for 30 minutes total, 15 with the sheriff, Jackie Messer, and the commission.
Sheriff was for personnel.
Yours was personnel? Personnel. 15 minutes for personnel with the sheriff, and Jackie will be there, and 15 minutes legal with Gary. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Oh, man, I'm sorry.
Rick, I guess the way things are looking, Mike's probably not gonna make it by today.
Yeah.
You wanna say anything?
Yeah, I just want to say, Mike didn't come in. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't when they leave. And so we got a plaque to present to Mike in recognition of your 13 years of dedicated service to Linn County from for the third district of county commissioner from 2008 to 2021. So I want to thank Mike for all that he's done and served our county. And he's done a lot. So we get that out to him.
He had scheduled an appointment somewhere today, and when I talked to him Friday and told him we'd really like him to come in, he was gonna see if he could work something out.
Okay.
Since we haven't seen him yet, I guess he's not on that.
So we don't have anything else from you guys. You all done? So we'll turn to our back page real quick on our,
Well, there is one thing that I need you to act to
On-
authorize me to approve.
yeah, what,
The, tentatively approve the, change order on this utility line.
Right.
conflict, pending input from.
from Danny and Jim, you're in both, that's my motion. Tentatively approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. And we can do that with a quick text back or email if everything's good.
We just need to text you
Yeah,
once
text me
today or as soon as, okay.
What you discovered.
Okay.
And then if there's no problem, we'll go forward. If there's a problem, we'll do a special meeting or I'll inform you.
Okay. So we're looking at, we want to talk about buildings a little bit because I think Jim had some questions on the building. Did you?
Yeah, on the Dawson House.
Go ahead.
I've got a question of what we're gonna do with it.
So the space that we had available when we were going to build the new administrative building originally, but the cost of this prevented us from doing that. So we looked and looked and looked. We decided that the district court, when we remodeled it, would fit his office, everybody else's office, except for the appraisers. And we didn't have a home for them, right?
Yeah, the appraiser and the, map.
Mapping.
The stuff that's on the third floor of the courthouse.
Mo-
Drawing.
Yeah, get the drawing.
Because one of the problems we've got is access to the third floor of the courthouse for the appraiser's office and map. And it was going to be in that building that we're not going to build. So the plan was to try to find someplace else to put those where they're accessible, so people can get in there. And that's what the Dawson House.
That was its intent. We haven't started any construction in there. We approved $5,000 for the construction of moving stuff or whatever we wanted to do. However, originally we were going to tear down the attorney's office. So I don't know if the attorney's office will fit appraisers or not. And I don't know if it's in the condition that it needs to be, but is that something?
Well, personally, I don't see why we take one of the best houses out of Linn County. And I mean, it's a tax, we're getting tax money from it. And why would we want people to live here and tear down one of the best houses or, take it off the tax base in Linn County? I think we need to sell it.
Okay.
Personally.
So that's where we're at on that issue. Jim had talked to me a little bit about it last week and I said, let's bring it up and talk about it. But we never looked at redoing that building.
So if we take David's off the third or the first floor, why are we taking David and not everybody else then? I mean, could we use that
David.
Did you say David's office was going in?
Well, the original plan,
Had us all moving.
we were gonna add on to the existing district court and all of us were gonna move into those buildings. But now we don't even know what the plan is for any of that. That's my.
Yeah, it was a little bit in the air.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, the way I feel is I don't think we should be taking the houses out of Linn County that for tax purposes. I think we should put it back up for sale.
Well, I want him to bring the actual last drawing out. Jackie's bringing it out.
Something that I think would be a good step for resolving this would be to assign someone to take a look at the form the county attorney office, that building, and see if it is salvageable for the purpose of the mapping and appraisal. Because we really do have that access problem. We've looked at trying to do an elevator, and that's not doable.
But what I'm saying is, in the courtrooms, can we put them in the courtrooms? I mean, where that's at, put the appraisers in the court, or the mapping in the courtroom?
I see the call.
I'm saying using that instead of, and the other building too. I mean, for something, if we've got it, I'm not for tearing it down, I guess.
Well, right now, the plan is for this building to come down. And everybody that's in here, the current plan is for them to be in the, what is now the courtroom. Now.
I think we can work it out.
But I think all that's in flux and nothing is really decided, except that the house was available, the commissioners bought it. But I don't think any of the commissioners are even necessarily thinking that it would be a good thing to sell it.
Well, I mean, with the housing market the way it is right now, I mean, I think you can make money on it, and
I think we bought it at a price where, you know, it's not about making money, I understand, but I mean, there was a lot of money left on the table to make.
well, it's just, when you take it off the tax roll, I got a problem.
Jim, I'll tell you, if it was me, I own a historic restoration masonry company, and if it was me, I would totally redo the current courthouse we have under tax credits. So that's how I feel. That I mean, I'm a restoration guy though, so that's kind of like with the health department. I didn't want to move. I wanted to try to restore the building on Main Street. So
Well, most businesses in Linn County, I'll put it this way, most businesses don't have brand new building. I mean, I can back that up.
so we found a little bit of that grant money, and
Yeah.
Hey, would you take a look at that legal building then?
Yeah.
You're more of a,
Yeah, climb up at that. It's my understanding that there's a mold problem. There may not be.
okay.
well, I know, we've changed 15 times over time, so. And this is where,
This is the old garage.
oh, this is the house.
This is the house, the Dawson house.
Okay.
GIS.
Yeah, that was originally what we were going to do to it. So, do you have the latest plan on the district court, the newest
I
one?
don't think we really have
We don't have
a drawing.
newest up to date.
because when we decided not to do that project, we took all of that out of our deal with that, so there'd be no redrawings.
So, honestly, Jim, we've had that drawn up 2 or 3 different ways and 2 or 3 different times, so.
And I brought this up here a while back, and I had an individual come to me and talked about what we were going to do with it, and if we wanted to rent it for the time being. And so I brought it to everybody, and I think we're trying to move on it. But if we're not going to try to move on it very quickly, then I would like to. Yeah, I'd like to.
Start next week.
Not now.
Pardon?
Not now.
Well, I've been approached as the people interested in buying it.
Well, yeah, so have
I
I.
think it's the same people wanted to rent it until we knew what we were going to do to it too. But
I've been approached by it.
So,
it was
look
only,
at the building if you can this week.
Yeah.
Over there. And then I guess we probably should start looking at the district court, what we're going to actually do with that.
Right.
And the reason we laid off of that is because of this project here and even.
So I think the first question you're gonna have to answer in all of that is this building gonna come down or not?
Okay.
If this building is gonna stay here, that changes your needs elsewhere. If this building is gonna come down, then these people have to go somewhere. The reasons for this building coming down were to make parking space.
Right.
Now, do we have parking space on the west side now? I
There'll
mean,
be a little bit over there, right? It'll be just, I think it's set up to be a gravel parking space over there.
But this was looked at too as it's blocking the building as well.
Right, you got the parking space issue, and then you got the aesthetic issue.
Right.
This, right in front of the
Right.
building. So, I mean, assuming that this is gonna come, we've always assumed this is gonna come down, but it, you know, doesn't have to. You can come up with parking other ways.
So we still got the ability to, and we actually need to start planning for what we want to do for that side as well.
And so that's the first question, I think, is what's gonna happen to this building? Because that's gonna determine your needs elsewhere. And then you kind of do a decision tree. If we tear this down, here's what we're gonna do. If we don't tear this down, here's what we're gonna do. And then the second question then is, who's gonna be in the the current court building? Who's gonna be in there? Because if you tear this down, these folks will have to be in there probably.
Well, how many square feet is that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, it's pretty small, but I think it's because of it's all roomed
But
up.
you're
the
gonna
way
have
it
to have
goes.
space for the commissioners to meet if this building comes down. And so
We've got a,
the space over there that's the courtroom would have to become the commissioner's room.
no, we have a space in the new building for it.
For commissioners?
Mhm.
No.
In one of the bigger.
I thought the courtroom, the
Yeah.
extra courtroom we were gonna utilize.
Yeah.
No. It's not suitable for that, and you wouldn't want that, I don't think, for other reasons, besides conflicts with the court schedule.
Right.
But the idea was to use that courtroom
Okay.
for the commission. I think that's where the confusion came in. It's that courtroom over there that would be the commissioner's room. The question is then, what do you do with those offices directly outside? You know how that building's laid out, you know, the courtroom in the middle
Mhm.
and offices directly outside. So is it gonna be folks from here? Or if this building's still here, then maybe the appraisers and mapping could fit in there.
Okay. Let's look into that. Let's not make a decision on the house this week. But let's, I think we're all open to selling it off. Don't start construction. I know you got the materials for it.
I
Okay.
think with that, we got to think about. I mean, we have a bunch of properties like that now. I mean, we got the attorney's office that's there. We got the building in Pleasanton. We have the church for the mill site. I mean, in my opinion,
We have like 40 buildings total, right? 44 or something like that. And at one time we had Rick Castle or somebody, who was the guy before him? He went through and did an estimate on the repairs it would take. You remember that, Jerry? There's quite a few buildings, but I'd like to just have a workshop after the meetings every week here to figure out what we really want to do with those buildings. Do we want to get rid of the building in, Pleasanton? We want to sell it and be done with it? The same thing with the meal site, providing they can go to the community center and eat, as well as there's several buildings that just question over the years anyway.
Well, one of the big things Jim's gonna be looking at, the current ambulance place in Lacey. I think we're gonna take a look at that.
Yeah. I kind of push that towards you because it's really a
You
mess.
don't wanna, there's a good argument to be made for not wanting to spend any money on that, 'cause that's not our building.
Right.
And so there's an alternative plan in place to take the building that we do now own, the old highway, east of town, and add something a little bit on
which
that.
we have drawings for that. That's kind of tentative drawings. I mean, it looked pretty good too.
And that's part of the 5-year contract when we sign with AMR that we provide them adequate space. So just take a look at that building. I think you would agree that it's not.
Set drawing this for this room.
Okay.
You got the,
Pam's making them now,
okay.
and she's gonna bring a set. We'll leave commission room.
I just like to get the building thing taken care of sooner than later on the decisions. I mean, we're paying electricity bills, we're paying water bills for upkeep during the winter. I mean, it's.
What's the drawings for? Understand what you
The
do?
judicial center.
Oh, the judicial. Okay, okay.
Construction drawings.
Okay.
You can see what's the.
Do they have a final set?
Yeah, that's what I haven't printed. In fact, they're probably waiting for me to go pick them up.
Okay, good. I know that Jackie Taylor was asking for a set of those, and I actually emailed River City, and they didn't have a set they could give me yet. So
I got it last week.
I sent him the link. And you can just go out online and get them.
okay, because I'm sending one of those.
I'll send all of you for the link if you want to look.
I mean, they're public knowledge and everything. So Jackie Taylor would like. I think she would like a set. So she's asked about it a few times.
Well,
But I'm old fashioned. I can learn more.
Okay. I'd be interested in finding out about your grants too. So
The historic credits and stuff. Yeah.
if there is something we can do to,
It might be even, useful to bring in Rosin, which is they're a preservation company out of Kansas City. And they might be national, I don't know, but, I work with those ladies every day. It's like, they think I'm a bad guy, but I'm, work beside them and they make sure that I, use certain pressure on brake and stuff like that. And they're all about saving history. And, I remodeled that courthouse when I was 17, 18, 19 years old. And I mean, the county put a little bit of money into it, but I mean, if we're gonna give it a facelift, it needs a facelift. I mean, and I wasn't here during the whole decision not to use the courthouse, but did they say we can't make an elevator? I mean, that's
Not without going outside the structure and adding something on.
well, yeah. I mean, make a footing. I don't understand what the big deal about it.
They didn't like the
The
damage
historic
that
value,
did to
yeah,
the
that makes sense. Yeah.
profile.
But I did find a spot inside that I think I could be putting.
they got a nice elevator.
I would. I mean, that's my opinion. And I think Rick, I've been on that just since day one. I'd love to bring Rosin in here and see if there's somebody with the answers we have about tax credits to utilize that. I mean, it's a lot of paperwork, but Jackie, you're used to paperwork.
So I think your thing is take a look at that building and if we have to end up putting the appraisers over there, before we just tear it down, I'm talking about that old law office.
Mhm.
That we keep the building, or not keep the building, we keep the building, then we just get rid of the house. Does that make sense?
The appraiser.
And then we have to work out all the rest of stuff, it's gonna take a while to work out everything.
I don't think the appraisers would fit in that small building.
Well, let me look and see.
Yeah.
This office maybe.
I got keys.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if it does come down to us not utilizing that house and we're making a profit on it, we utilize those funds to add on to it or make it. I don't want to have something temporary. I know, if we're going to spend money on something, it needs to be long-term, right?
Yeah, real
I like
long
100
term.
years, not the whole 50 or 25 years, whatever it is, but I mean,
She said the bottom line. Or Gary said.
Yeah. Yeah.
First building, like which we built.
Okay. Okay, that's all I got. You got anything?
Yeah.
Anything else? Gary? David? Make a motion, we adjourn.
so.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Hey, can you get one of these made? Who makes these? Okay.
Hey, can I see?
And then the sign out there.
Well, and that was part of our discussion. What I did, do we want to put names back on the door, to keep this building or not?
Another year in hand.
I mean, we were thinking something about just peeling all the names off.
That's fine.
We can see what we
We
do.
can hide. Take mine on there. Put some duct tape across.